Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me all right. It has been a rushed morning. Oh, and we've already got a cat here. Curtis is out of town. He's at home in Florida visiting his family. At home is in like home. This is where we live. But it does mean that like the cats are going to be a lot more present probably. And that's also why I've got literally all the cat beds behind me because I know they're going to want to hang out. All right. But I think I got everything all sorted, which is exciting. Yay! Hi, everyone. Starting to see the highs. All right. And I was able to make coffee even. That's usually a Curtis thing. There was a long period of time in our relationship where I literally couldn't make coffee for myself because he has like a pour over thing. And like, I don't know how to. I mean, I do now, obviously. So now I have coffee. Oh, hi, Sam. Hi, Amelia. Hi, Jacqueline. From Ireland. Wait, do you live in Ireland or are you visiting Ireland and just saying hi? Yay. Oh, yay. I'm so glad everybody's excited. Look at me starting a stream when I scheduled it for. Unlike last month, my bad. This is a lot better though. When I started it last time, I was like, wow, no one's here. And I'm still so grateful that people like showed up, considering I had scheduled it for the next day. And I just, it totally did not, my brain. But yeah, it was so nice to see that like people still came to that. But it's even nicer this time to be like, okay, when you have your live stream, when you scheduled it, like people will show up right away, which is very exciting. Hi, Sarah. Yes, I'm sure they say hi back. These are all heated. Well, technically this one is has a heating pad in it. It's not a heated bed. It's a regular bed with a heating pad, but the other two are heated beds. So I'm really trying to entice them to stay like over there and not fully in my setup. Yay, welcome, Ruby. Still need to finish this month's books. Yeah, that brings us to the first question, which is where are we at with our books for February? I've finished, but mostly because I always start the one I'm going to read in these sprints, no matter where I'm at in other books. So that really helps. Jacqueline, oh, you're in Northern Ireland. I don't think I realized that. Okay, that's awesome. My grandma was from Ireland, and I've actually been working on my dual citizenship for quite some time. Just as you know, a little escape hatch that we can pull if need be here in the States. But I think that that's becoming a really popular thing. More and more people are realizing that like if they had a grandparent that was born on the island of Ireland, like anywhere, then they can get dual citizenship. So it's becoming a very big thing. And now I'm like, oh, I should have done it when I first started talking about doing it. My mom's done it now. I helped her through the whole process. So I like have everything. I just haven't done it for myself. Oh, yay. People know each other too. Hi, Michael. Counting down the days. Love it. Got about 50 pages left. Awesome, Sam. And what book were you reading again? I cannot remember what people were reading. Oh, Ruby, thank you. Emma. Okay, awesome. I love Emma. I've read all of Jane Austen and I've loved almost all of it. I think there was a few that I feel like Persuasion. Was it Persuasion? I don't know. I read them all like back to back, which at the time was a lot of fun, but in retrospect, I can't remember which was which. I started the book late and I'm only about to Gentleman in Moscow. Oh, yay. I love A Gentleman in Moscow so much. It's one of my favorite books of all time. So I'm really excited that you're reading it. And totally fine that you're only 10% of the way through. It's only the 23rd. So like this is early. I just am always reading the next book in these streams. So it does kind of like mess with my brain a little bit, but I fully expect people to be more the other way around, where you're finishing the book from the previous. DNF the book for February. Oh, but yeah, you know what? DNFs are always a good thing. I'm trying to like reframe it in my brain. Like, it's good that you found out that that was going to be a DNF, or that is a DNF. Another DNF for February. Didn't really gel with the writing style, and then there was a plot element that was getting a little bit too incesty. Okay, yeah, you know what? That's probably for the best. Finished mine last week and absolutely loved it as well. My friend gave it to me, and I never have chosen. Oh, that's always the best when a friend gives it to you, and it's like, I don't know. Just I had that happen to me recently. What book was that? I don't know. A friend kept telling me like, you should read it, you should read it, and I was like, I'll do fine, and I ended up loving it. And now maybe that was actually quite a while ago, because that definitely wasn't in this year's reading. It was Always You by Emma Cooper. I don't think I've heard of it, but I'm gonna have to look it up now. Slowly working my way through A Little Devil in America, a little over halfway. That's so funny. I was just talking about this author, Hanif. I can't remember the last name, but I have A Little Devil in America. I haven't gotten it, but Curtis at home in Florida with his parents have another book by the same author. And he was like, yeah, they said that they don't want this if you want it or something. And I was like, yes, please. So now I'm gonna have 2 books by the author, but I haven't read anything by them yet. It's a kooky. Is Y/N the name of the book? Because in my head, I'm thinking yes or no. Is that the name of the book? If so, it's a good name for a kooky book. Currently reading Carrie Soto is Back by Taylor Jenkins Reid. I think I fell out with Taylor Jenkins Reid. So I haven't read Carrie Soto is Back, even though I feel like I should, because I grew up playing tennis, like a lot. I played a lot of tennis. I think that that's a common Floridian growing up experience. It's a very popular like sport to play there. And there's like tons of tennis courts you can play all year long and everything. But yeah, I played a lot of tennis up through high school, and then I stopped my senior year of high school to do theater. Very cool. But it made me think I should read Carrie Soto is Back, because I've read like so many Taylor Jenkins Reids, but I haven't read the tennis one. So should I read it? Let me know. Reading Unraveling by Karen Lord. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. Yay, good morning, Amber. A Gentleman Mascot is my favorite book. Got great taste. I also love Rules of Civility by him. I'm trying to think of an author that I have two of their books are what I would consider favorites of all time. He's the only one I can think of off the top of my head, is Amor Tolls and those 2 books. DNF'd my January book like 20 pages in. You know what? You found out it was a DNF. That's a win. Unhauled my book from February too. There we go. We've got not the best of luck, but some luck. We've got more Irish citizens who live abroad than on the island of Ireland. Northern Ireland population is only about 1.8 million. Republic of Ireland is only about 4 million. Yeah, I would honestly love to move to Ireland. I've been there to like visit family. It was some time ago now. My mom and I keep talking about like as a celebration for our citizenship to go back. But I would love to like move there, but I don't think that I could while like mine and Curtis's parents are still here. You know what I mean? But we have definitely talked at length about moving out of America. Sorry. Love you, USA. No, I don't. What am I talking? There are great things about living in the US. There are a lot of other not so great things. And actually, now that I live in Colorado, it's a lot better. Florida was making a lot of changes I did not love. I have no problems with bailing on a book. I think I DNF'd 84 books last year. That's you know what? That's better though than like, sometimes I'm like, I just unhaul a book that I never even picked up, but like I owned it for a while, and that always feels bad. I think I'd feel better if I Like at least read like a couple pages into it and then decided. Loved Little Devil in America. I hear the best things about that book. I'm really excited. Oh, Amelia also loved it. I'm a little sad that DNFs don't count for the story. That's a good point. I feel like there should be a setting to say that like DNFs count in this, because for us, for this challenge, I would say a DNF always counts. Like you completed that month's read, even if you DNF. I might put that in as a Storygraph is amazing at like taking in feedback and everything. So maybe I'll put that in as like a little feedback ticket, or see if somebody else has already put it in. And if so, then maybe I'll like for some future video, I'll call it out and I'll put it in the description so that people can vote on it. I can't remember if everybody has the ability to vote on it. Oh, we've officially done it. We've collected all 3 cats. We did it. But yeah, that would be a really great, I feel like, improvement that doesn't seem like it would take too much on the back end. That's one thing I love about Storygraph is you can like see the tickets that they're actively working on, and like they're constantly improving and like doing things that, you know, make sense to us, but you wouldn't maybe think about until you're like in the situation. I finished Death on a Penguin for the rainy day read. Yay. I'd been meaning to read it for a year and it was the perfect time. It has an umbrella on it and there's loads of raining in it. Nice. Oh, and it's been raining loads here. Just totally had a bit of a dyslexic moment. That's perfect. That's a perfect rainy day read. It was kind of funny to like talk about last time what rainy day reads meant to us, because I think we all had like slightly varying opinions. Okay, well now the cats are just fighting. That's okay. That'll mean that they're going to be snuggling pretty soon. Reading it for a readathon, but decided I didn't want to rush it. Yeah, you know what? I almost picked it to be in this, but I felt the same. I always get nervous picking nonfictions for when I like have to read it for a specific time period, because I do typically like to take my time with them. Then you may really love that part of Infinite Jest. Lots of tennis and oh, I didn't know there was lots of tennis in that book. I feel like you guys are very distracting. It's the stare down. It's the cat stare down. Okay, that's a good. Thank you for saying that. I had one comment on that video that said, and I think about this like daily now. It said, "You will never read Infinite Jest" or something like along those lines. And I was like, "Gee." Now I have to. Now that you said it, even though I was like, oh, I'll just give it a try, now I have to. It's a matter of principle. I played tennis in middle and high school and eventually stopped because it made me angry when I did poorly. Yeah, it is tough. I could only play like individual sports. 1 second. I need to separate this. Hey, buddy. Can we not? Okay. He just wants to go to sleep. I know you want to play. All right. Yeah, I felt similarly. I had a hard time with that. And I felt like I was never doing all that well. Even though I don't know. I was MVP and everything. It feels so stupid to say I wasn't doing well. But to be fair, I went to a school in Georgia and like the standards were very different. Like if I had tried out for my college team, I would not have made it because I went to a college in Florida. And like I said, a lot of people in Florida play tennis, but I went to a boarding school in Georgia for high school, and there wasn't a ton of students there already, so that cuts it down. But then also a lot of them that were there like didn't grow up playing tennis like I did. It was just like a thing that they were trying out at this new school. So automatically I felt like a lot better than I did when I was playing in Florida. But yeah, I could not have like continued past that. And our school was like the one of the worst. I think my junior year, we were the second from the worst. So that was a big improvement. I know that Storygraph will come up with something to solve that problem, Marcella. I only don't know where it is on their agenda. Yeah, I have so much faith in Storygraph, honestly. I love, because I've been with them, like I've been using them since the beta, which was like years ago at this point. And the second I saw it and the second I saw their like rate of improvements, I like quit Goodreads because I hate Amazon. And I know a lot of people use it, like the interacting with other people is a lot easier, or seeing what your friends are reading is easier. I think that that's the main reason people stay there, but I never really pay that much attention to that part. So I kind of quit before I started paying attention to that part. So I think that that made it easier for me. Another person loving Little Devil in America. Oh, nice, Amelia. That's so fun. So do you chat with, I think there's like 3 people that are in charge of it. I watched this whole this whole TED talk that the creator, I can't remember her name now, but the creator of Storygraph did, but it was about like the coding behind it. It was about Ruby Rails, which is actually the what Curtis like codes in. And I ended up watching that whole thing. I was just gonna like look at it and send it to him, being like, this is the thing that I use, and she codes in the same thing. But then I ended up watching the whole thing. It was so fascinating. Just finished A Lincoln Highway by Amor Tolls. Loved A Gentleman in Moscow as well. Yay. Did you like The Lincoln Highway? I think you had said that you were enjoying it. But I really liked it. Not as much as Gentleman in Moscow and Rules of Civility. But again, those are favorites. So that's tough. We have to consider that there are still 2 people doing most of the coding. Yeah, it is insane that like they do as much as they do, and like the wrap ups and everything. There's so much to it. Very impressive. Okay, so oh, I didn't talk about my the book I read for February. So I read The Golden Compass for February. It was my first time reading it, so that was very exciting. And I ended up really liking it. Like I get why so many people liked it. Younger, when we were growing up, I feel like I had like a lot of people that talked about it, and I just never got around to reading it. I really like the polar bear in it. What is his name? It starts with a Y. I don't know. I liked him a lot. Polar bears are like my favorite animal though, so I think that really helped. And I was kind of surprised that I had to look up like what audience it was targeted for, and it was a middle grade. So I don't know. Maybe our standards have changed. I feel like some of that stuff you could not get away with in a middle grade these days, because it was a little like there was some points where I was like, ooh. And nothing more than that, but I do read like horror at this point. Not super well. I still have a hard time with some books, but I can do it. But yeah, overall, I really liked it. I cannot remember for the life of me what the rating I gave it was, but I want to say it was somewhere between maybe like a 3.75 to a 4-star. But this is the stack that I've got now going into March. There we go. So these are the books I'll be choosing from, probably. Hey, but yeah, you haven't missed the spin yet. We're just about to do it. So yeah, we were just talking about our reads for February and January. Okay. I'm not ready. I'm never ready to do the spin. But also I do have to make sure that I've got it all set up correctly. Reading his dark materials at 13 years old made me really appreciate that he was willing to trust younger readers with tough stuff. That's a good way to put it. Oh, that's nice that it's still a favorite. Yeah, I have, what is the second one? The Subtle Knife. I own it. It's not on my TBR Spin, obviously, because I don't know, putting multiple from one series felt weird. But it is on my 25 books to read in 2025. So I'm hoping to read it soon because I did like it. Awesome. Yay. I'm glad that you liked it. Reading Wintering by Catherine May now. Nice. Okay. It's spin time. I just need to remember which of these things. See, this is the problem with only doing this once a month. I'm like, how does StreamYard work again? Which brings up a great point that I'm thinking of Sorry, doing two things at once is a terrible idea. Okay, I am thinking of doing another sprint, another like series of reading sprints in the middle of the month. Amelia, thank you so much for suggesting that on a video, because I was already kind of thinking it because I really love these, and I think it'd be fun to do. Let's see, let's do this one. I feel like I had a specific, maybe I didn't. Okay, sorry. Sorry for all that jumping around. Okay, let's go ahead and spin the wheel. We're not nervous. We're having fun. Okay. I actually don't remember the prompts that are on this. It's gotten far enough from when I put them. A book that was a cover by. Do I have a book that was a cover? It's always fun to be like, everyone will be able to pick one of these. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna catch up on comments and then because I don't even want to think about it yet. Oh yeah, Amelia also loved wintering. Nice. I chose the most sunny book ever about California for rainy days prompt. It was a mess. You know what? It happens. As long as we're reading a book, I feel like that's always a win. Like it won't always fit perfectly because sometimes it's hard to tell, but loved his dark materials. Had a reading from the Amber Spyglass at my wedding. No way. Okay. Now I'm more excited. I'm a little bit upset that I don't own the Amber Spyglass. Like I don't know why. Like for any other series, I'm fine with not owning like the next book before reading the previous book. But yeah, it is so nice. I really love having like everybody being able to talk about the books, especially like when I haven't read a book, so I don't like have an input on it. But having other people in the comments that read it. Yeah, excited for more reading sprints. I'll probably be reading something different than what I read in these because I'd like it to be like middle of the month, or midway between these these lives that we do. If you manage to get the spin to land on an Irish book, that would have been nice. Okay, I never buy a book only for its cover, so I'll just pick a pretty one. Yeah, I think that like if you never cover buy, then maybe like the prettiest one in your stack or one of the prettiest ones in your stack or something like that. All right, mine was easy and my only purchase based only on the cover. Ocean's Godori? I've not heard of that one. Okay, I was about to Google it on the screen that I'm literally sharing. Let me not do that. But now I just need to see like these covers. It's important. Whoa, that cover's awesome. Okay, I fully approve. Thora by Tilly Lawless. I bought it in the Tate Modern gift shop, and I literally went in there with the idea to buy a book with a beautiful cover. Oh, perfect. Yay. Think I'll just pick a book, pick a beautiful cover. That totally makes sense. Okay, so for me, I think that most of my books I got because, like a lot of these I have because they're on my 100 books bucket list poster and they've been on my shelves for a while. This is boring. Maybe we'll just go through them. I don't think any of them would count as a cover buy. Maybe the Midnight Library. I don't know. Okay, let's go through them. I actually really do love this cover. I just the photograph they use is just like really, really good. But I don't think that I would have like cover bought it. American Psycho, fantastic covering in like concept and everything, but like I wouldn't have seen this and been like, yeah, that one. Kite Runner, pretty good cover. Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, again, pretty good cover. The Midnight Library, I cannot remember why I think that I bought this because I knew the synopsis. But to be fair, I do think that this cover, and I think honestly a lot of Matt Haig's covers would have jumped out at me. So I'm going to put it as a possible. The new Jim Crow definitely was purchased for the material and not for the cover. This was more about the concept, I think, than the cover. Although it is a cool cover, just because it's like IKEA. This wasn't a cover buy. I actually got this for Christmas one year, but I did ask specifically for it. Sorry, I didn't show it. It's The City We Became. And this definitely would jump out at me if I were to see it at a bookstore. And I feel like it is what first grabbed my attention. This might be the one. I don't know. I think it's going to be between, and then The Perks of Being a Wallflower was just because I wanted to read it and then watch the movie. Okay, I'm going to need opinions, please. Which of these two should I read? Thank you. Midnight Library or The City We Became. Can I do a poll? I've seen polls in other people's live streams. Can I do that from StreamYard, though? That is the question. What is this? Okay, I might just have to ask for it in comments. Okay. Let me catch up on other comments while you're sharing your opinions. Still Life. That is a beautiful cover. That is. I've almost bought that book purely because of the cover. I can't remember for the life of me what it's about. I remembered like wanting to read it when it was, because I feel like it went through like this phase of being like really, really talked about, especially in the literary fiction space. But I never did pick it up. I'm going to go for a Fitzgerald book. I know a lot of people hate the minimalism, but I like them. Yeah, I might. It's not really the minimalism that bothers me. It's that they all look the same. But I can see the appeal of like having, especially like them being on a bookshelf and like looking so similar. But I love covers so much. And so it makes me a little bit sad that like a book can't even have like its own color or something like that, you know? Stillborn. Yes, that one's also a beautiful cover. Oh, I'm excited that like some of these, I feel like I'm better at covers than I am at like synopses of books. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that being a really pretty cover. Ironically, the only one that I bought based off the cover is not the nicest cover. Well, I'm now Googling that. Okay, well, I probably should have put book after that. Did you have to have me just Google Mother Naked just as a term? Oh, that's a really cool cover, though. Honestly, if it's the green one that I'm seeing, which seems like the main one. There's one other one, but that's a really cool cover. I like it. I approve. I'm going to read Notre Dame de Paris. I feel like because it's the de, I have to say. I have to say Paris instead of Paris. Oh, nice. Okay, and that was the name of the book. It's like, what is YN? Yes or no? I don't. Makes sense. Enjoy the Fitzgerald covers. Okay, yeah. If you like it, I mean, I get the appeal. Also, the blue they picked is like a great blue. I have two and I can't choose. Blue Sisters by Coco Mellors or Threen Moon. Okay, I'm looking up both covers to see which one I like better. Blue Sisters. Ooh, okay. I do like the like watercolor, or this probably isn't even watercolor. It almost looks like gouache. I don't know if I've said that word out loud before. I do like that cover. Ooh, I also like 13 Moons. That makes sense. I was like, what is 13 Moons? I think I like 13 Moons better, but both of them are really good options. Oh, nice. Red Stillborn in the Fitzcarraldo edition. Gonna go with All the Sinners Bleed by S.A. Cosby. Great cover. There are a lot of Fitzcarraldo. I am in the minority. I'm going to have to pick a beautiful cover. I'm going with The Haunting of Hecate Cavendish. I used to live on a street called Cavendish. Love it. These are not on on my TBR Spin list, but I recently bought I Love You, But I've Chosen Darkness. I've seen that one, and that one's really good. Gunpowder and Cinnamon, I haven't. Ooh, love that cover too. I would be very interested in this. Maria, yes, the cover of Victorian Psycho is so cool. I love it. Yeah, I I have it from NetGalley, which I got like the day before it was going to be published. I didn't realize, but I do still need to read that. Okay. So we've got a few votes here. City We Became. We've got 2 for Midnight Library. I really liked the 3-Body Problem. I already want to reread it before continuing in the series. We've got another 2 for the City We Became. Also, City We Became cover moves using an app. I didn't know that. You know, as I was like holding it up just now, I didn't realize, but there's like a little, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hit. Oh, you can almost see it. There's like a little tentacle. Reverse things are hard. There's like a little tentacle guy right here that if it hits the light just right, you can see. And I've owned this book since I think December of 2020. Never noticed it until holding it up for this. It might be time for me to read Cloud Cuckoo Land. Yes, great cover. Okay, I lost count of I lost count of the books I was thinking of. I think The City We Became is actually okay. Yeah. City We Became, I think, is winning. I love the Midnight Library, so that would be my choice. Yeah, I do think I had someone, I don't know if they still watch my channel, but for a while after like the first time I mentioned the Midnight Library, I would get a comment like every once in a while on a video being like, "Have you read the Midnight Library yet?" And I felt so bad that I hadn't. I'd recommend either. Okay, we need The 7 Moons of Mali Almeida. Okay, I haven't read Learn by Heart, so I don't have an opinion there. I do like Emma Donoghue. Actually, I've only read one book by her. It was Room, but I liked it. I think I own another book by her. Akin, maybe? But I really loved 7 Moons of Mali Almeida. So that's my vote. But if you're trying to like go for which one of the 2 you're in the mood for, then maybe like a chapter of each. Hi, Win. Thank you for joining us. Yep, they are. They do just judge. I was just saying that Curtis is out of town, so I had to put all the cat beds behind me to satisfy the cats. Okay. We're still getting some votes for Midnight Library, guys. I don't know which one to go with. Turning in late but excited to participate. Yes, welcome. I read Cloud Atlas last year to prepare for Cloud Cuckoo Land. Nice. I've read both. I prefer Cloud Cuckoo Land, but also I think if I had read Cloud Atlas later, I read that. I remember I was living in Indiana at the time. And I remember like sometimes listening to the audiobook while I was walking to work, and I had to re-listen to the beginning of that audiobook so many times because like I could not get my brain to focus. But I think that I need to read it again. I just don't think that I wasn't reading like literary fiction at the time. It was like such a random book for me to pick for what my reading tastes were at that time that like I feel like I need to pick it back up. Okay, this makes me feel better because I was also confused. There was that book is told. I don't know how many people know. That book is told in like this almost like nesting. There's a word that describes that type of plot, but where like you have one story that totally sandwiches the book, so that it starts and ends with that story, and then within that you have another story, another story, another story, and then in the middle there's just like one story that's fully complete. So that's how the book works. That middle story and the one right outside of it, loved them so much. But then I had such a hard time connecting the other ones together, but I think I just read it too slowly. I wasn't reading like as often as I read now. So I have a hard time giving like my opinion one way or another on it, but I personally want to reread it having read it once. So take that for what you will. Okay, we've got some lovers of Gunpowder and Cinnamon. Great news. I love a pretty cover that is not minimalistic. I love both. Yeah, for real. There's so many, like even the ridiculous, where did it go? American Psycho. What a great cover. Can we just all appreciate? Great cover. And very minimalist. But then yeah, I also really like the super busy ones too. I love the Midnight Library, but The City We Became has a better cover. You know what? You're not wrong. And I think of the two of them, I can't remember for the life of me because I got both of this one I think I got in 2021 and this one I got in 2020. But I can't remember for the life of me like what drew me to them to begin with. But I think The City We Became initially caught my radar because of the cover. So I think that makes the most sense. Love Cloud Atlas. I was very confused at the beginning, but then I was so impressed how all the threads came together. Yeah, I would definitely agree. Today's sprint I will use to make progress in some book club books, so I will not pick up the March book yet. Totally understand. I would if I was if I had not already dedicated these sprints to doing the book that I'm going to read. But right now, actually, I'm currently reading 2 books for a book club. I'm reading Crying in H Mart, which is destroying me, by the way. It's not even that, I don't know. I'm having a really hard time with it. And then also Witchcraft for Wayward Girls for this one's for my in-person book club, and then this one's for the Books and Lala's, the Kayla from Books and Lala, her Literary Dead book club. I am not going to vote because I cannot be trusted, but you're keeping me company while I do some very tedious tasks. And delighted by the vibes. Yay! Chat and kitty judgment. Yeah, great vibes all around. This, can I do it? Jeez, that one was the worst one yet. This one's the most judgmental, but she's also 15, so I feel like she has the right. She has earned the right by living this long. But yes, by far the most judgmental. I'm going to use the sprint to figure out which book I want to read. Love it. I'm going to choose The Goldfinch. Yay! It's the only book I don't know much about, but I love the cover. I also love the cover of The Goldfinch. And I loved it in general. I really loved that book. Non-minimalistic choice would be The Good Immigrant USA. I don't know if I know what that one looks like, but now I'm looking it up. Ooh, oh, I love like a good color blocking cover. So pretty. Oh, there's so many good versions of this book too. I don't even know which one. The 5th anniversary edition is also great. Oh, how fun. I found Crying in H Mart so depressing. Yeah, and it's a large part of it is because it's something that like we're currently kind of dealing with. I don't want to say too much because it's like about Curtis's family. That's why he's in Florida right now with his parents. But it is a little bit challenging. I would definitely push it back if it wasn't for a book club. Katie, yes. So Scout she's sleeping in one that does have a heating pad in it. The other 2 are actual heated beds. So you buy them and they have like a little heating pad and like a zippered pouch under it. And they're supposed to get warmer once the cats lay on it. I don't know if I feel like they're just warm all the time. I still cannot reliably point behind me for videos, and I've been doing this for 8 years. This does talk about it. It is really hard. I should really just look behind me to do it instead of trying to use the mirrored version, but the color blocking one. Yeah, that one's gorgeous. I love a good color blocking cover. Thank you, Sarah. So nice. Yeah, it's okay. It's not we're doing okay. It's not like the most fun thing to deal with, but I'm glad that he has time to like go visit his family. And I can hold down the fort. And he usually watches the cats when I leave because of the two of us, I travel more. So it's very weird being home without him because usually when he's traveling, it means I'm traveling too. But now I can pay him back for all the times he's watched the cats. Okay, I think we're ready to sprint. And I've officially made my decision. Thank you so much for all of your input. I'm going with The City We Became by N.K. Jemisin. It's official. So the Midnight Library will have to wait for another day. But I'm excited about this one. And I feel like I've been getting more into the mood for this type of like sci-fi fantasy. I don't even know what genre I would call this. Maybe even like a little genre bending-y, but I think that I wasn't really ready for it when I got it. So I'm kind of glad that I put it off as long as I did. And now I'm becoming more open to not just like the more classic sci-fi and classic fantasy. Well, actually, I wasn't even really into classic fantasy when I picked this up. That was only something that just recently came back. Thank you, Wynn, for your help with that. Because reading Robin Hobb, I feel like was a big piece of that. But yeah, so I feel like now is actually a really great time to be reading The City We Became. Yes, it's time to work. It's time to get those tasks done. All right, so we are going to read. Let me get my nice little background open. Okay, there we go. And we need to put the prompt. Okay, I'll also put the prompt up as a banner just in case people come late. And then I'm going to be updating the story graph challenge before I get started with my reading. If you don't have the story graph challenge, I'll throw that in the chat so you can join. I think it's in the description of this. No, I don't think it's in the description of this live stream. So yeah, I'll put it in the chat. And then let me add my little background here. We want this one. It doesn't look as good as normal, but oh, there we go. That's why. All right. So we're going to be going for 40 minutes and I will do my things and then I'll start The City We Became. Good luck, everyone. Happy reading. Okay, coming to the end of our first reading sprint. How did it go? How's everybody's books? Mine is I just got through like the prologue, and then I barely started the first actual chapter. But already I'm really, really liking it. It's weird in the best way. Yeah, I'm still like wrapping my brain around what was the prologue. But I like the themes already, and it's kind of funny. Like there was a few lines that actually had me laughing. Man, I did things I did not want to do. Successful, less fun than you. Yeah, you know what? Those things, unfortunately, always seem to need to get done. So rude. Wish we could just read always. I have about 20 pages left in my book. Nice. You should be able to finish next reading sprint, hopefully. The prologue feels weird compared to the book because she tweaked one of her short stories to be the prologue. Interesting. Okay, so I was curious because I wasn't sure if I got enough of the first chapter to know how different it would feel from the rest. There was a short story that I read by her. What was it? Actually, I think I listened to it. I think it was like for an Audible collection thing back when I used Audible. But it was Emergency Skin, I think it was called, and I really liked that. That was the story because at the time I had read the 5th season and Obelisk Gate, I think is the second one, and I just wasn't really connecting with it. I'm planning on rereading those because I think that now I'm in more of a stage that I'm liking fantasy again. So I think that I'm going to like them more now, whereas before they were just kind of like middle of the road for me. But when I listened to that short story, that was like the big game changer for me with her writing, when I was like, oh, I think I could like really love her stuff. Which is why I continued to keep this and never get rid of it. But then because of the like mixed feelings I had about the 5th season, did I say the 5th? I feel like I said it wrong the first time. 5th season. Then I just kept putting it off, which is why it's on this list so that I could finally read it. Also, light bulb charges for my landlady. Nice, good. I've got to get those things done. I love the short stories, but it's one of the decisions I dislike about the book. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Like as a prologue, I was very intrigued by it, but it did feel weird to be like the start of a story. But yeah, I'm very interested to, and like, is Paulo supposed to be like actual Sao Paulo? Like he is the city. I don't know. I'm very interested. Read 32 pages, really enjoying it so far. Also, the dust jacket of the book actually folds out as a map of the area the book is set in. That's so cool. Oh, I love that. Yeah, this one had like a little map at the beginning, but it's also like all written over. Like it looks like somebody was like taking notes on it and everything. And like, and I just now realized that it has like the names of cities, and Sao Paulo is the first one. Okay, so I think that Paulo was actually Sao Paulo, and they did say Sao Paulo. I just couldn't tell because of like the relaxed way that the like main character of the prologue talked. Sometimes it was hard to tell if that was like a real thing. Also, Here There Be Dragons. Great, wonderful. I want there to actually be dragons. I don't know if that's a real thing or not. But that's so cool. I love books that do cool things like that. I just found out that is it Water Moon that has like the dust jacket? It has instructions to make like a paper crane out of it or something. So cool. I didn't read a word. I got completely distracted because we have the national election going on here in Germany today, and I'm so anxious. Hopefully this allows you to not think about it too much. As somebody who just went through a very unfortunate election, I get it. And it's tough to, that whole day. I was like visiting my parents during that time too here. And it was really hard to not to be present, like where I was at, and not just be constantly thinking of that. But yeah, best of luck. I think we were talking about this a little bit last reading sprint, but I've looked more into what's going on with the German elections, and yeah. Oof. I filed a very boring pension form. Then I started 13 Moons. Thank you for choosing. You're welcome. Yay. So far, the writing is very beautiful, or is beautiful. Same writer as Cold Mountain, if you've read it. I haven't, but I did see that on the cover of the book when I was looking at the cover. I should read that actually, because it does seem really up my alley. I read the first chapter of both, and I'm intrigued by both. I guess I'll try again next sprint. Love it. I actually really love when people try do the try a chapter for like in these reading sprints, because I feel like it's even more fun to be like, oh, what book are you gonna pick? Read about 30 pages. Yeah, I think, what did I read? I'm on page 26. So not bad. It is kind of funny like how much slower my reading is at the beginning of the book too than later. I mean, not that much slower. I feel like typically I could maybe get through like 40 pages in like 40 minutes maybe. But I always feel like the beginning of a book, it like takes a while to like really get the feel for it. Emergency Skin is so good. It is. That's such a good short story. It's got to be one of my favorite short stories. That one, and because I feel like there's not many short stories that like stick in my mind as being like a favorite, but the other one I really loved was in the Decameron Project, and it was who's the author of Interior Chinatown? His short story in that collection, that was what made me pick up Interior Chinatown. It was so good. And I feel like that it's a very rare that I remember like a specific short story from something, but those are the two, Emergency Skin and that one, that stick out in my brain. I read Boulder and loved it. So glad you loved it. I couldn't. I did not love Boulder. I wanted to love Boulder, but I'm really glad you loved it. And I have to say that there's a lot of people that really loved it that I really agree with their reading taste, and so it does make me kind of doubt myself. You know when that happens, when like a lot of readers read a book and they really like it, and then you just don't, and you're like, but we usually agree on things. Like, what's going on? What did I do wrong? Right, DNF'd Boulder. Yeah, I think that was one of, I think I gave it the rating I give books. That means like I should have DNF'd. Usually anything that's like a 1 point whatever or lower, I give it because I feel like I should have DNF'd it. Yeah, it is. I'm like, I must have read this wrong. Like, my opinion has to be wrong. I liked Boulder, but my favorite Balthazar, is that how it's pronounced? Because that does kind of sound like a fantasy, like fun fantasy thing. Maybe I'm thinking of Balthazar actually now that I'm saying it out loud. Is Permafrost. Okay, maybe I should give another shot. I don't know. I really synopsis wise and everything. I think that was like the first book that I read that year of what was that, International Booker? And I really thought that I was going to like it, but I just didn't. Okay, I brought a Pop-Tart in here, but I haven't opened it yet. I'm gonna mute myself so I can unwrap it. Okay, we're good. I haven't had a Pop-Tart in so long, but it seemed like a very exciting I'm home alone thing to do. Very depressing and stream of consciousness, so that has to be your thing. I feel like that is, when I'm in the right mood, that is so my thing. Right now, I don't think I'm in the right mood. But right now I have not been able to read like sad books. Well, actually, I read I Who Have Never Known Men, which I would kind of describe as a I think it's I'm struggling to call it like a depressing book because there's something so hopeful about it, like the whole time, like you like this constant hope, even though it's maybe not warranted, that feels very different. I don't know, but I loved that book. And I do think that like, and like going to the book club for it, like a lot of people were like, it was really depressing. And like, I get it. And I don't know. I struggle with describing that as a depressing book or not. I really like Donna Tartt's writing. Yes, so good. I read 31 pages of The Goldfinch after loading the dishwasher. It was my first sprint ever, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, yay! I'm glad that you joined. Yeah, when I first heard, like, very, very initially, I first heard of reading sprints, I was like, that's such a strange concept. It was like before I'd even heard of BookTube, so I feel like that makes sense that I thought that. But now I join them like all the time, and I love them. I think Win from Literary Diversions, you have one. It's either tomorrow or the next day, which I'm excited about. But yeah, sometimes that's how I find new booktubers too, is I just look up like reading sprints and see who's live. Do you plan on following International Booker this year? I don't know. I was talking to Kieran about this. Kieran from Katie Books. I'm sure most of you know. But I didn't follow last year at all, and I didn't follow regular Booker either. I mean, I read like a couple things I think from it, but that was more just like I happened to be interested in the books. I am very torn. It was a lot more fun, I think, when they were like willing to like work with you and like you could chat with them and everything. And like I knew that I was going to get access to the books, at least like PDF copies of the books, because that's the really challenging part, is like when I do it, I like to like really do it, but it's hard to get copies of the books in the US sometimes, because it's like a prize that's very much not in the US, or not meant for the US. So yeah, they're not, I don't know if it's like the company, the like marketing company that they use now, but they don't really work with US booktubers anymore. Or maybe I'm just like not big enough, which is totally possible and totally fine. But not reliably being able to get the books to read them, like to know for sure that I would be able to get the full long list, it brings in like more hesitation with it. So I'll probably still pay attention and be like watching a lot of International Booker content just because I really like that. And I might be reading some of the books, but I probably still won't be following it like I used to, where I was like, I'm going to read everything and talk about everything. But I think regular Booker, I don't know. I haven't ruled that out yet. I got to decide if I'm in the mood for the 3-body problem, because I can already tell it's going to be a little complex. That's the exact reason why I'm like, I got to reread before I go into the next books. I also read it like as we were packing to move across the country. So like, I feel like that wasn't the right time to be reading that book. My brain was like so constantly thinking about other things. So yeah. All the Sinners Bleed also seems like a tough read, but probably easier to get through. Okay, yeah, so maybe that's the pick. I Have Never Known Men is so depressing. I'm going through a phase of reading happy books to counteract some of the misery I've been reading. Yeah, I think most of the books I've been reading have been happy books. That's the only one that I read that has not been, but mostly because it was a book club book, and I've mostly been reading happy books because I read A Little Life, and I'm still recovering. But man, I loved I Who Have Never Known Men. I'm always like nervous about going into reading like the sadder books, but they tend to be books that I like love. Karen, did you hear that I said your name? Yeah, Exactly. Yes, you joined in like at the perfect time, because we were just talking Booker. Oh my God, 5 year anniversary. That's crazy to have been doing this for 5 years. Yeah, so maybe we're doing regular Booker. International, probably not. At least not like doing it like we used to. But I mean, Kieran, you might be. But okay, yes, tomorrow is the reading sprints. So yeah, I'm excited for that. It's during my workday, so I'll be working for the reading sprints. But I actually really like that. I've started doing that too, when there's like reading sprints going on, having that going on during my workday, it makes it feel a little bit nicer. Even though of course I want to be reading. So we'll be doing like a little role reversal. You could be reading and I'll be working. Okay, I think let's go ahead and get into next reading sprint. And yeah, another 40 minutes. Good luck, everyone. Let me put the little banner back up. Perfect. And happy reading. Okay, coming to the end of our second sprint. How's everybody doing? Gonna read them both next month. I'm gonna add a new book to my Spin TBR. I mean, that sounds like the try a chapter worked better than ever. I really love that. I thought about making that a rule, and I guess it kind of is like an unspoken rule in my own head that like if I'm really feeling like reading one of the books that's on my stack, I should feel free to just do it and then add another book to the stack, even if it's not like my pick for that month. I got to 60 pages in now, and I'm really, really liking it. There's been like multiple spots that have been like funny. And like the way things are worded and everything. So I think that we've actually gotten to meet like our main character. And I really like him, and I really, really like his roommate. I think his roommate's awesome. So yeah, I have no idea like what plot wise it's gonna. I knew like the general, I guess, more setting than like synopsis, like that the that each city is like a person and like that kind of a thing, but that was like it. That was all I knew. So and I just started to read the synopsis on like the inner flap of the book, but then I don't know. I don't really want to. I'm already like so intrigued and so invested that I feel like I don't need to, which is always a great place to be in. But yeah, loving this writing, and it is making me really want to go to more N.K. Jemisin and reread the 5th season. I'm 32 pages in and really loving it. So far, TBR Spin is picking the best books for me. Yay! Yeah, actually, I've had a lot of luck with TBR Spin so far. I mean, I don't know if that's just because a lot of these books I've wanted to read for a long time, and like there's a reason I haven't gotten rid of them. But yeah, Lincoln Highway was great. Golden Compass was great. And so far, The City We Became shaping up to be another great one. Oh, means your name. Yes. That's right. Oh my gosh. Now I'm thinking of like fan fiction when people would write. I mean, I'm sure people still write fan fiction, but when I was like of an age that I was like reading fan fiction, and then they would put your Y/N for your name, and oh my gosh, that just like unlocked a memory for me. And 12 pages into, I heard her call my name. Ooh, what genre is that? Okay, fanfic gone weird. Love it. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe I forgot that when I saw it. Oh. Nonfiction. Okay. I am curious now. Reading for BookTube Prize. Oh, BookTube Prize. I haven't even like paid attention to like what the books are or anything this year. I need to do that. I remembered seeing like the stream for it. I missed it, but like seeing it recommended, but then I never actually went back and watched. I did I think I did one round of it once. And it's still paying off. I have Horse by Geraldine Brooks is one of the ones that I read for that, and that's going to be a book club book coming up. And I was like, yes, because that's a book that I probably wouldn't have picked up otherwise. Okay, so oh man, you're doing like the nonfiction version of the BookTube Prize then. That always intimidates me because I don't tend to read a lot of nonfiction, but I always want to. And actually this year I've been crushing it with the nonfiction. So very different. Just finished The Bluest Eye. Now I don't know what to read. Oh, I finished that. That was one of the last books I finished last year, or like at the end of last year. I think it was like my second to last book that I read. Actually, it might have been my last book. I think it was. Very good. I have, I think, is it Beloved that I have by Toni Morrison? No, Song of Solomon. That I got from like a thrift store or something. So yeah, I'll have to read that soonish. Sometimes it's so hard to pick the next book. I'm thinking of this month, I think I'm gonna do like an actual monthly TBR again, which I haven't done in like over a year. So it feels kind of crazy. I've been doing my like seasonal TBRs. But I feel like I want more focused reading for the month. And I think doing the seasonal TBRs has like kind of showed me that I can be allowed to have like a this is what my goal is, but as long as I read like a certain amount of that, and then I can also still bring in other books if I want to. Because for the seasonal TBRs, I've done like I pick 20 books for the season, but then I really just want to read like 15 out of those. And then besides that, like I can pull in other things, like if library books come in earlier than expected, or there's a new release that I want to read, or I get something on NetGalley, things like that, then like I can pull those things in and read them and kind of like have more fun with my reading. And that's been really great for me. So I think I kind of want to take that idea into monthly TBRs, because I also like the excitement of like resetting and everything every month. So I'm looking forward to that. And I think maybe I'll pick like 8 books for a month, but my real goal is to read like 5 of those books. And then I can read others if I want. Okay, I think we're probably ready to get back into it. Do I want to, is this last sprint? Maybe we'll do 2 more. I'm having a good time. So yeah, we can make this second to last sprint. We'll do 2 more. And I need to start this one by running to the bathroom, but then I am reading. So let's go ahead and get back into it. I was fully engrossed in the book that sprint. Startled me, the timer going off. Amelia, I couldn't read the lection, is keeping me on my toes. Totally understandable. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm like coming out of a different world. This book is really good. It's really engrossing. It's also really making me want to go back to New York. I've already been like itching to take a trip there. It's been years. But it's not as practical as it used to be when I was on the East Coast. But I wouldn't mind going somewhat soon. And now with this book, I want to go even more. I think I'll work on a little devil this sprint. Oh yeah, hope that you were able to get some good reading done with that. This is making me really want to pick that up now, actually. Oh, I was just crafting my February TBR because I think I'm going to film that after this. Or not February, March TBR. And maybe I'll put that on the list. I do already have a different nonfiction on there, but I think I could go for 2 nonfictions in a month. I think that I might be that person now. I might be that nonfiction type of person now. Because yeah, talking about this, and since I was already talking about it yesterday, it's making me really want to read it. Now I'm just staring at it on my bookshelf. I had to get stuff sorted for my children in that one. I'm going to sprint some more when they're in bed later. Yeah, totally understandable. Klaus is starting to be a little bit more active. He knows it's getting closer to his lunchtime. So he came over. Not that that's the same as a child, but it's the closest thing I have to relate it. This book, my brain. I really just like the atmosphere of the book. And I'm sure if you've been watching my videos, you know, atmosphere. It's my favorite thing about books. If you can write good atmosphere, I'm probably going to love your writing. All of like my favorite authors, it's because of the atmosphere. Like Immortals, which we've been talking about a lot in this stream. He's one of my favorite authors because his atmosphere, he does it so well. And then like for thrillers, Riley Sager does it so well. And this book has such good atmosphere, especially because like it's not even just like current day in New York. Like none of this is spoilers. I'm only like 90 pages in anyway, so but something that's like really early, like within chapter 1, our guy is like sometimes he sees like New York, and then he also sees this like other version of New York at the same time, and it's just so cool, and I love it. Managed to finish an essay on Josephine Baker. It's been fun reading and looking up the subjects on YouTube. Oh, cool. What essay is it? I wouldn't mind reading an essay on Josephine Baker. Cats totally get impatient for meals too. I have 2 new cats. Oh, they're very much in the settling in stage, so spend virtually all their time hiding at the moment. Yeah, for sure. Did they know each other at like the wherever you got them from? I'm always curious because obviously when we got Klaus and Zuko, the little black cat, we found Zuko in the street. And then he was so little, so young that we were reading that it was like really better for him to grow up with like a little companion. So as soon as he was old enough to be able to get another kitten that was the same age as him, I was looking on so many shelter websites. And there's actually a specific cat that we were going to the shelter to look at, but then we met Klaus, and his name was actually Binks in the shelter. which is funny because he was named after it was during October, so like all the cats there had like Halloween names. So he was named after Binks from not Halloween Town. Oh my gosh, why can't I remember? My mind's blanking. It's the one with the 3 witches. I cannot remember for the life of me. Somebody help me. And Sarah Jessica Parker's one of the witches. You know what I'm talking about. Hopefully. It's like a classic. It's like a Disney Channel classic. But he was named after the black cat from that, which I thought was funny because we actually had a black cat. But yeah, so I was so paranoid that they like wouldn't like each other, but they hang out like all the time. They're always getting into things together. It's so cute. Missed the last sprint. I read a little more and made some dinner. Nice. Hocus Pocus, thank you. Oh my gosh, that was killing me. Thank you. I hate when I can't remember things, and I was like, I could just Google it, but then I feel bad when I'm just Googling things. Although it was kind of fun when we were picking out what books we were going to read and Googling what the covers looked like, since this was such a cover specific prompt. Yes, they're from the same litter. Oh, nice. 6 months old. They'd been living wild, so haven't really had human contact. Oh, until they were taken to the shelter. Ginger boy and gray and white girl. Oh, that's so sweet, though. I'm glad that you were able to adopt them together. I hear so much now, especially like after doing so much research for when we were getting like our kittens, how good it is to like adopt cats in pairs at least, because it's so funny because like we always think about cats as being like really independent creatures, which like they're totally not. Like especially not our 3 cats. Curtis and I joke about that all the time, being like, oh, they're so independent when they're like all over you all the time. But also like cats have cat colonies, like in the wild, like that's a thing. So it makes sense that, you know, they're not supposed to be like totally by themselves. Oh my gosh, duh. That makes so much more sense. The essay was in. Okay, great. Then I'll be reading it anyway. I didn't know if I should call them chapters. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, okay. I'm even more excited. Yeah, okay. That might. I think I'm going to be putting that on my TBR for this month. I'm just getting too excited talking about it. We can't touch them as they hiss at us, but they do come out and play at night. Love your cat story. Oh, yeah. I'm sure as they adjust more and more too, they'll get more comfortable and realize they can trust you and everything. Yeah, I think we got ours young enough that they trusted us pretty much immediately. Zuko was a little touch and go at first. He did not want to be captured. It took us like 2 hours to catch him, but he was clearly like not doing well. He was like, I think they estimated that he was 4 or 5 weeks old when we found him, and he was like so like he needed food so bad and everything. And not to mention we lived right next to conservation, where there was like gators and like bobcats and like all kinds of things that are not great for a tiny little kitten. So it took us 2 hours to catch him. And he was not happy about it. And then we took him to the vet like as soon as we could. And then we had to give him a little bath because he had a bunch of paint chips all in his fur. And I felt so bad. I was like, he's going to hate us forever. Like the first things we do is like catch him, take him to the vet. And then we're washing him in like water. Like that's terrible. But oddly, like right after we washed him and when we were like drying him off and everything in like a little towel, his attitude towards us completely changed. And then he was like obsessed with us, and he still is. I was engrossed too. I wasn't expecting such a devastating beginning. Oof. Well, I mean, I'm glad you were engrossed. And I think, I don't know, sometimes devastating in books are good. There were 4, 2 were already reserved. The shelter only lets you adopt in pairs, which is good. Oh, yay. No, I'm so glad about that. I hear that more and more, that's a thing. especially for like younger cats, that they only let you adopt in pairs, or some shelters only let you adopt in pairs. I was really glad that the shelter that we got Klaus from let us adopt just Klaus, because obviously we had another, and it was so funny. We met, so Klaus had a brother. They were Binks and Beetlejuice at the shelter. And initially, like, we felt bad because we were like, we're gonna like separate him from his brother, but there was another couple there that were getting a kitten for their kitten that they already had. Like, they were doing the same thing we were doing, and had come to the same conclusions, like after doing research and everything. So it was like, okay, I feel better now that like, you know, that these cats won't be together because they'll still have like another kitten with them. And also totally fine to hijack reading sprints with cat chats. I feel like as we get further into our books, we can't like talk about them as much anyways, because, you know, all the spoilers and things. So cat chats is great. I got my cats from a shelter as a bond and pair. Yay! Had them a little over a year now. One adapted to my apartment immediately and helped the other one adjust. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, it's so funny. Like the Zuko and Klaus. Like Zuko is the very brave one, which probably makes sense because he was the outdoor one. And Klaus is like a little scaredy cat, but he'll like follow Zuko around. And it's also hilarious because Klaus is much larger than Zuko is. Zuko is more of like like I think they're called like Asian domestic short hair or something. It's like not domestic short hair, it's Asian domestic short hair, but he's just got like a very slim build. And then Klaus is like a typical like American house cat. Yeah, I'm so glad that we were able to get him. Even as we were getting him too, I was like, because we've had Scout. I mean, I've had Scout since I got her on my 19th birthday. So I've had her for a long time, and she's much older. And I was like, there's no way she's going to be chill with like getting another cat. But we knew that we at least wanted to heal up Zuko. And then we just like fell in love with him, and he didn't have like any diseases that would be a threat to Scout. And so we started like the introduction process and everything. And now they're great. They like, you know, every once in a while Scout has to put them in their place, but they all hang out together now, which is so cute. Thank you for the sprints. Looking forward to my books. Good luck on The City We Became. Oh, yay. I'm glad that you're looking forward to your books. And thank you. I am loving this one so far. How many pages is it? I feel like all the books I'm reading right now are 400 to 500 pages. Like, that's just where I'm at. I started crying in H Mart, and it was like, this book is so short. But it feels, emotionally, it feels very long. So yeah, this one's like 400 some pages. Okay, one last reading sprint, and then we will call it. But yeah, I really want to get past page 100. That feels right to me. So we'll go ahead and do one last sprint. All right, happy reading. Okay, that was the last sprint. How did it go? I see a couple other people had to leave. But yay, glad to see good dense maiden books. I got to page 130. Yeah, so pretty good for there's something about like it's so satisfying about these sprints and getting so far into a book that I didn't know I was going to read that day. I can't quite explain it, but I really love it. Masha, 2 pages away from finishing my chapter. I was really torn because I think we had like 3 minutes left and I just finished a chapter and I was like, should I just stop? But then I saw that the chapter had our like main people that I were from like the beginning back, and then I was like, oh, I kind of want to read that. Very productive. Good. Yay. Thanks so much, Sarah. I look forward to these every month. You did really well. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you look forward to them. Planning on having like a midway check-in one where I'll probably be reading something besides the TBR Spin book, which is exciting. So what weekend would that be? I think the Sundays, like morning time, my time kind of work because then I can hopefully cover everything from like here to like Western Europe, which feels like a good mix. I think that it works pretty well for us. So the next, what am I thinking of? The next TBR Spin reading sprints will probably be, it seems like the last weekend in March is pretty late. So I'll probably do it instead on the 23rd. So literally 4 weeks from today. So then maybe on the 9th, that'll be like our midway check-in, which is when daylight savings time starts here. So that'll be fun. But yeah, so I think we'll try it out this month, March, doing 2 sprint days, because I've really been enjoying this. And it's really great to like talk to you live and not just through comments. I feel like I'm always so slow to respond to comments. But through the chat, it's so nice to see what everybody's reading and everything. And I feel like I learn about so many more books from this, which is great. Marcella got to page 68. Yay. I get what you mean. I didn't know I was going to read this book when I woke up this morning. I know, it's so fun. It gets me like so excited for these too, because I'm like, what am I going to be reading? It could be anything. Well, I mean, it's likely going to be a book from the stack, but thank you so much for hosting. Looking forward to the next sprint. Yay. I hope to see you there. Yes, more Sunday sprints, please. I'm in Europe and it's really hard to participate in those outside my daytime. Okay, cool. Good to know. And I totally get what you mean. A lot of, especially when they happen during like the weekdays, if they're from, because I follow like a lot of like European YouTuber or booktubers, then a lot of them are like during my daytime, like work time, which is fine. Like I can still work while doing the sprints, but I like being able to like actually participate for reading. Yeah, okay. Getting excitement for for 2 sprints. Yeah, Sundays are a good reading day. Okay, good. I'm glad everybody's excited about it. Well, it was lovely starting my day with you all. Hope that it was nice for you too, starting or ending or whatever your day with me, and with everybody. Make sure to check out the Storygraph. If you're on Storygraph, the Storygraph challenge there. I need to add my book to it, but the prompt is updated with like what the actual prompt for March is. And besides that, hope to see you in 2 weeks for our next sprint. All right, bye.